Colonel Hadebe is under cross-examination by counsel for accused number 1 and 2.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
May I proceed, madam?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So, Mr. Hadebe, I'll just pause from the questions that I asked you yesterday. I just want to commence by asking you the background of Section 218. Firstly, can you actually translate the word confession for me in Zulu? What does it mean?
Ukusho okwenzile ngesikhathi ucommit a crime.
It is to say what you did at the time of the commission of a crime.
Okay. All right. In this case, as I've said, I just want to throw you back to Section 218, subsection 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Are you familiar with that provision?
Yes, but not word to word.
Yebo ke u218 ona ongibuza ngaye ke ngiyamazi ke kodwa hayi ukuthi nje ngimazi ewonke noma ephelele igama ngegama.
Yeah, looking at the evidence that you gave to the court that this is the fourth pointing out that you have ever conducted since you were appointed as a police officer. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Shilo ke ukuthi bese noma kube kuyisini noma bezu4 ezinye bese ngizenzile ke i-pointing out ngaphambi kwalena.
Can you please go back to the paragraph in the pro forma where you said you were requested by Colonel Gininda? Do you see that paragraph that deals with that?
Yes.
I think it's paragraph 2, if I'm not mistaken. Do you see that?
It's 1.
It's paragraph 1.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for the correction. So in that paragraph, you mentioned that you were telephoned by Colonel Gininda to
Yes.
conduct an investigation regarding the pointing out.
Yes, my lord.
Yebo ke lana kubhaliwe ukuthi ke ngafonelwa ke yena uKenneth Gininda ukuthi ngilekeleleke ngayo i-pointing out.
Did he specify, because according to the answers that you put here, he said you can assist me in my case. He did not specify actually what case was he referring to. Do you agree?
Yes.
Lana yebo kubhaliwe ke ukuthi wangicela ukuthi ngimlekelele ngecase yakhe akashongo ke noma anikeze imininingwane ukuthi yipi i-case.
Was it on purpose that it was omitted in your pro forma to conduct a case and does not specify what type of a case was it?
My lord, it's never intentional to hide information, but it is not correct that a person will tell you on what case does he want you to do pointing out, because he will then be discussing the merits of the case.
Akukho ke okwenziwa ngenhloso noma ukuthi mhlambe ke kuyafihlwa ke noma kungavezwa ke noma kwenziwa lokho ngenhloso, kodwa ke angeke kube kahle ke noma kube right ukuthi manje uma esecela ukuthi umlekelele ecase ase ekunikeza nemininingwane ukuthi yipi case, ngoba manje ke uzobe esekhuluma noma esekutshela ke ngecase leyo.
Yes, but in relation to this provision of section 218, there was a specific effect that you expected from the accused. There's a specific, or there's a fact that you were supposed to discover from the accused in terms of that provision. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yebo ke ngokwalo mthetho ke u218 kwakhona ke lokho okwakufanele ukuthi ke ngikutholeke noma ngikuzweke kuyena umsolwa.
And in terms of discovering that fact, in relation to the information to be given by the accused, that means you had no prior knowledge. You had no prior knowledge of the facts in which you were to conduct a pointing out. Is that
That's
so?
correct, my lord.
Ukuthi ke nkathi ke noma ngaleso sikhathi noma uma esengitshelile ke ngalokho ke umsolwa kusho ukuthi umtshela ngento ebengingenayo ulwazi lwayo noma bengenayo imininingwane mayelana necala lelo.
So when going to a question where after you have explained to him, especially section 35, about the reasons for his arrest, you indicated that he was arrested, he said he was arrested he was going to point out for the allegations of dealing in drugs. Is that so?
My lord, the accused never said he was going to point out on allegations of drugs.
Umsolwa akakaze asho ukuthi uzoyokhomba mayela neinsolo zokushushumbisa noma ke zokusebenza ngeidakamizwa.
He said he was in custody on a drug dealing case.
Wathi uboshelwe icala leidakamizwa.
All right. To make a follow-up on that question, in your mind, because you said you did not have a prior knowledge regarding the facts upon which he was supposed to go and point out, were you under the impression that he was going to point out on the case that he was arrested for?
My lord, in my mind, it was the accused who was going to point out on whatever he wanted to point out.
Mina noma ke emqondweni wami ke kwakuwumsolwa olwayizohamba ayokhomba noma yini leyo yena awayifuna noma efisa ukuthi ayoyikhomba.
May I approach the
Yes.
state, my lord? Thank you, ma'am. So about the case of Senzo Meyiwa, how did you come about to know about his death?
I came up to know about his death on television.
Ukwazi kwami ke mala nokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa ngakwazi lokho ke ngokubona ke ku-TV.
So you had a knowledge in terms of before the accused were arrested, that there were other people that were arrested before the accused in relation to that matter. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngokuthi ke bakukhona ke nabanye abantu ababeboshiwe ke ngaphambilini ke ukuthi baboshwe bona ke nalokho ke ngakwazi.
If it came to your attention on the 5th of June 2020 that the pointing out that you had to conduct related to the death of Senzo Meyiwa, did that not conflict with the information that you expected from accused number one to give you prior to the pointing out?
My lord, it did not conflict with the information that I had, because I had very little knowledge regarding the in-depth investigation of Senzo Meyiwa's case.
Ukuthi ke i-pointing out leyo ke yayimayela ke nalo ke idaba lokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa, angeke ngithi ke kwakunguzana ke noma kwakushayisana lokho nalokho mina ke enganginako noma ulwazi enganginalo, ngoba ke ulwazi enganginalo mayelana nokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa laluncane kakhulu.
Are you aware that as per the requirement of section 218, as the accused person, as you said, he voluntarily and freely gave you the information relating to the said matter? Was it not a supplementary information from what you had prior?
My Lord, the information that I got from the accused was never a supplementary information, because I did not have any in-depth information regarding the case. And I never formed part of the investigation of them.
Ulwazi ke awanginika lona ke noma angalithola kuyena ke umsolwa bangasikona ke ukwengeza kulokho ke enganginako, ngoba ngangingenalo ke ulwazi olujulile ke mayela ke nalo icala noma ukushona kwakhe uSenzo, ngoba angikaze beyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo.
All right. Now, upon your arrival at Alberton Police Station, you gave the reason that they did not want to account for the fear of the escape. Do you still remember saying that?
That's true, my Lord.
Shilo ke ngiyakhumbula ngikusho ke ukuthi babe Albertini ke babengafisile noma bengafuni ukuthi kufanele ukuthi baphenduleke mayela nokubaleka kwakhe noma ukuthi ke angabaleka.
Did you buy that reason? Did you actually accede to that reason to be the real reason?
Yes, my Lord. Hence, I went and signed for the accused in the registers.
Kwakulokho ke kwaba imbangela ke yokuthi noma ingakho ke ngahamba ke mina ngaya kuyona iregister leyo, kwaba yimina umuntu osayindayo noma umsayindelayo umsolo.
We're talking about the accused who intended to point out freely and voluntarily. Do you think of any reason why they had the reason to believe that he was going to escape? On the other hand, the accused is the one who volunteered to the pointing out. Is that not a contrast?
My Lord, it is not a contrast. The members that had doubts and feared about an escape were the people of Alberton SAPS, who were then in custody of the accused at the time.
Akusuka ukuthi ke kunokushayisana noma kunokunguzana ke ukuthi umsolwa kuluhlangothi uyena umuntu wayefisa noma efunaka ukuthi kuphuma kuyena ukuthi ayokhomba, nokuthi manje laba bonaka amaphoyisa ayesaba ke ukuthi uma kungenzeka ukuthi ke eqe noma ke abaleke. Lokho ke akusukona ke ukunguzana nokushayisana. Abantu ababesaba ke babesaba lokho yilaba abase Alberton Police Station ekwakuyibona awaye ngaphansi kwabo.
All right. Let's get back now to the explanation of rights. You indicated yesterday that you explained the rights in terms of section 35 of the Constitution, the right to remain silent, the consequences of not remaining silent, right to legal representation, right to apply for legal aid in the event it does not have money. And I did not receive a response in relation to or after the accused said, yes, I understand. I'm still curious to know why there was no follow-up after he said he does understand. Because it's not clear whether he understood the rights as explained and he intended to either to opt for a legal representation or to speak without, or to waive the right to remain silent.
My Lord, the questions do not only stop at yes, I understand. It continues where I warn the accused, and it still goes, do you still further wish to point out the sins, where he then says, I still want to point out and give a statement. So it's not only based on, stops on yes, I understand.
Lemibuzo ke ayipheli laphela ke ethi nje ingabe uyezwa yini iyaqhubeka ke ngoba ke ila sengimxwayisa khona ke ukuthi uyabuzwa ke ukuthi usafisa yini noma kuseyisifiso sakho yini sokuthi uqhubekeke uyokhomba aphenduleke athi ngisafisa noma ngisafuna ukuthi ngiyokhomba futhi nginikeze ngestatement.
All right, let's get into the right to have legal representation. What was his response in terms of that?
He was informed of all the rights and he chose to continue. That is the response.
Watshela ke ngawo onke amalungelo wakhetha ke ukuthi aqhubeke yileyo impendulo.
Now say, let me be specific in terms of the right to legal representation. I think if it was an option that was exercised by the accused, that should have been in your pro forma as an answer you got directly from the accused.
My Lord, it couldn't be. The accused was informed of all his rights, and the accused still preferred to continue.
Lana ke umsolwa uma uthi ke bakufanele lelo lungelo ke uma ukuthi isinqumo sakho ukuthi ke aqhubeke ngaphandle kommeli bakumele ngikubhale phansi lokho noma khona kule form bangeke ke ngoba ke umsolwa watshelwa ke ngawo onke amalungelo akhe waseqhubeka ke yena ke noma ke ethi uqhubeka.
But I'm specific about the right to a legal representative. I understand you talk about all the rights because he was supposed to exercise his right, his constitutional right. Either he wants to go in person or to be represented. That's the right that I'm concerned about at the moment.
My Lord, my answer is that all these rights, it does not mean the legal one is sacrosanct or bigger than the other one. All the rights were explained to him and he chose to continue. Going specific on a specific right means that then we undermine the rest of the other rights.
Lamalungelo awawatshela noma awawanikezwa onke akusho ukuthi ke leli lungelo wena ke ugxile kulona ke lommeli lingaphezulu ke kwamanye uma manje ke sesizokhetha ke elilodwa kusho ukuthi amanye lana ke ama rights wona ke awabalulekile.
So are you telling the court that the rights that are mentioned in this pro forma are the only rights that are enshrined under Section 35 of the Bill of Rights? Is that what you are telling the court?
No, my Lord.
Angisho ukuthi lana abhalwe lana ke iwona kuphela ama rights akhona ke ngaphansi kwakhe Section 35.
In explanation of the rights at that moment, did you explain to him that he has a right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty? Did you explain that right?
I explained the rights that were in the pro forma, my Lord.
Yabuza kumeli ukuthi ke ilungelo lokuthi ke ubonwa ke noma ke uzobonwa ke umsulwa kuze kube isikhathi la khona ke ulahlwa icala noma amacala enkantolo bendithi ke mina chaze amalungelo la akhona ke kwi-form.
So at the time you were explaining these rights, I'm glad you considered that particular right you never explained to the accused. Let me proceed by saying, when you explain these rights to the accused, were you aware as to when was he arrested?
No, my Lord.
Did you ask the accused as to when was he arrested?
No, my lord, I did not ask him when was he arrested.
Futhi ke angimbuzanga ke nokuthi waboshwa nini.
Why not? Why didn't you ask what was he arrested for?
Because he informed me that he knew what he was arrested for, and he was informed of the reasons of his arrest, and that he was currently in custody on a different matter, which is dealing in drugs.
Ngoba ke yena ke wangitshela ke ukuthi uboshelweni, wangitshela ke nokuthi ke bamazisa ke noma babemtshelile ke ukuthi kungani eboshiwe nokuthi ke futhi ke kwakulinye icala ke leyidakamizwa.
So if he said or he informed you that he was arrested or is in custody for the charges of dealing in drugs, so you never inquire as to the reason before he actually waived all these rights. Did you inform him, or did he inform you that he was going to make a pointing out in relation to the present allegations against him? Did he inform you? Other than the answer that you got from him that he was in custody for another offense, which is dealing in drugs, but did he, as a person who made a statement or a pointing out, or a person who intended to make a pointing out freely and voluntarily, he should have freely and voluntarily informed you that I want to go and point out at the crime scene as per the allegations.
My lord, when I asked the accused, his answer was, yes, I was informed. Because the question was, the said was asked whether he was informed of the reason for his arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of the Constitution. And he said, yes, I was informed. I took it that he knows what he says he was informed of.
Lana ke umbuzo uthi wase ebuzwa ke ukuthi watshelwa yini mayelana nesizathu sokuboshwa kwakhe nanjengoba kukhona ke kuyena usection 35 wasephendula ke wathi yebo ngatshelwa. Lokho ke kwase kuthi kumina ke ukuthi ke wayekwazi ke lokho athi wakutshelwa.
My question is, did he inform you that he was going to point out freely and voluntarily without being induced by anyone to a crime scene in relation to this matter? Did he inform you?
Yes, hence there is a statement that continues after the performance.
Yebo wangitshela ke ukuthi la azoyokhomba khona ke into leyo ayizenzelayo noma ephuma kuyena ke ingakho ke manje sekune statement ke manje emuva kokuthi ke iperforma lena iqediwe.
All right. At the police station, you mentioned that there were Metro Police officers.
Yes, my lord.
Ngishilo ukuthi kwakunama Metro Police khona ke police station.
Were they escorting the accused according to the information you got?
Yes, my lord, it seems so.
Yebo ke kuke kanjalo ukuthi bona babe escorta noma ke babe hamba naye ke umsola.
Have you inquired from the accused if he was familiar with Albertine and the directions towards the place where he was going to point out?
Yes, my lord, I did.
Ngambuza umsola ukuthi ke Albertine lena uyayazi kanye futhi nendawo lena ke ayizohamba ayokhomba yona.
So what was the response to him after he made such an inquiry?
He said he is not familiar with Albertine. If we can take him to the entrance of Fosloras, he will show us.
Awasitshela kona ke ukuthi Albertine yena akayazi. Kodwa ke uma singamthatha nje simiseke noma siyomfikeza uyofika lapho kungenwa khona noma ke entrance yase Phosphorus ila azositshengisa khona.
Do you know why he was kept in Albertine police station prior to the prior to going to Phosphorus, or
No, my lord.
we don't have a reason why he was kept at Albertine police station?
My lord, the only reason would have been he is transferred from a specific station to Albertine.
Kuphela kwesizathu ke sokuthi kwangabe kungani ke agcinwe eAlbertine ukuthi ke asithi nje ususwe kwesinye isiteshi wabese ethathwa ke esiwa khona eAlbertine.
But you can confirm before this honorable court that it was not his instruction that he can take the person who's conducting the pointing out from Albertine police station to the crime scene.
That's true, my lord. Hence, I gave what he said to.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke akazasho ukuthi yena ke angasithatha ke kusuka eAlbertine kuye lapho ukhomba khona ingakho ke ngishiqeda ukusho manje lokho awakusho yena.
So you further not in dispute of the fact that from Villaria to Phosphorus, where he was assaulted, and back to Albertine. You cannot dispute that.
That's true, my lord. I cannot dispute what I did not see, and I cannot confirm what I did not see.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi lokho kushoyo ukuthi wasuswe eVillaria waya ke ePhosphorus la athi washaywa khona wasebuyele eAlbertine ukuthi ke angeke ngiyiphikise into engazange ngiyibone, ngeke ngivume futhi into engazange ngiyibone.
Okay, now we are leaving Albertine police station. At what time did we depart from Albertine police station?
My lord, we left Albertine police station at and it is here on the form. It is at, I think, around 1300 hours or just before 1300 hours.
Lama ngesikhathi saphuma ngaso ke noma sasuka ngaso khona eAlbertine ke u1300 noma ke u1 noma nje ngaphambi kwakhe ukuthi kushaye u1.
Where's that time you're referring to in your proforma? In which paragraph are you referring?
It's not. I thought I wrote it, but there is no space for it. But it was before one.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngeke ngisibhale leso sikhathi kodwa ke ngisibona ispace kodwa ke kwakungaphambi ko1.
So I don't think I'll consider that answer as the answer that I expected from you, the one who was assigned to conduct the pointing out. You should have specified as to the time in which you departed from Albertine, because you specified the time you returned to Albertine. You said you returned at 1:30.
That's true, my lord. I would have specified it if it was here if there was a space for it here on the form.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngishilo ukuthi sabuya ke ngo1:30 uma bekuthi ispace besikhona ke sokuchaza isikhathi esahamba ngaso ngabe ke lokho kukhona la.
I did not intentionally not mention it to hide anything.
Angikwenzanga lokho ke ngenhloso ukuthi ke kube khona ke engikufihlayo ukuthi ke leso sikhathi leso singabi khona la.
Was it not imperative? I understand you make an ill excuse of a space on the proforma. Was it not imperative for you to record the time of departure? Because it was imperative for you to take photos of the odometer of the motor vehicle that transported the accused person. I find no reason for you not to specify the time in which you departed.
My lord, I'm being asked a question which is clear. The kilometer reading of the vehicle appears on the form, hence it was written. Time of departure does not appear on the form, and the comparison thereof I don't understand.
Lana ngibuzwa ke umbuzo ucacile ukuthi ke i-reading ke noma ama kilometer emoto kona kukhona noma ispace sakho lokho kukhona lana Ukuthi ke manje kuqhathaniswe lokho nesikhathi sokuhamba ngoba la isikhathi sokuhamba asikho space ayikho indawo ebhalwe lokho la kwiform.
All right. How were we going to determine as to how long did it take you to conduct the pointing out? If there's no record of the departure.
The time of how long did I do the pointing out can be determined by me giving evidence and explaining to this court.
Isikhathi ke sokuthi noma ukuthi bathatha isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi ke lokho akhomba noma le pointing out lokho ke kungathi kutholeke ngokuthi mina ke nginikeze ngobufakazi la enkantolo.
The reason for this question is to demonstrate a lot of mistakes that you have made during the investigating process. You've made a lot of mistakes in this pro forma.
I do not agree, madam.
Angivumi ke uma uthi ngenze amaphutha amaningi kule form.
All right. I'll firstly highlight the first mistake you've made. The first mistake, you said you received the information on the 5th of May, on the 4th of May. That was the first mistake, and you wanted to correct it under oath because you did not see that mistake prior to the disclosure of this form to the defense. That's the first mistake you've made. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. It's a human error.
Ngiyavuma ukuthi ke umuntu ayenza ke iphutha uma uthi ke ngenza iphutha lokuqala ukuthi ngibhale mina i4 zika May.
I want to remind you that we are here about the life of a person. The life of a person who has been deprived of his freedom. So if you talk about human error, we understand human error. Is it a human error again not to record the time of departure? Is also a human error.
My lord, it's not necessarily a human error not to record the time of departure. It is not in the form. I worked according to the form of the pointing.
Mina ngisebenze ngayo iform lena isikhathi lesi sokuthi sisuke nganini eAlbertine ayikho indawo yakho lokho la.
Okay, I'll move on. I'll leave that for argument. But I can see you are evasive. You are trying to avoid my question. Let's move on. Let's look at the time you came back. You recorded 1:30. Is that correct?
That's true, my lord.
Isikhathi sokubuya ke engisibhalile la 1:30.
All right. Give us a practical picture. You are departing from Albertine Police Station. At the moment you are departing, after you have explained the rights, you come back 1:30. Then you mentioned that you completed the form. It was 14:20. Do you
Yes.
agree?
I agree, my lord.
Yebo ke masibuya ngishilo noma ngibhalile la ukuthi ke kwakusey manje u20:2 noma u14:20 uma seqedela ke iform kathi sesibuyile.
So to complete this form took you more or less 50 minutes according to time frame. 1:30 you came back, you attended to complete the form 2:20, or more or less 50 minutes. Is that correct?
That is not to complete the form that took 50 minutes. There was an interview and a statement obtained from the accused. That whole thing encompasses the 2:20 time.
Akusilonanga iqiniso ukuthi ke manje uqedela ke iform lokho kwathatha u15 minutes. Kwaba manje ke ne-interview ke nayo nokuthatha ke lesi statement lesi kuyena umsoli. Konke ke lokho ukuhlanganisa ke ikona ke okwayofika ke kulesa sikhathi sika 2:20.
As you were going to the place or to the scene, to the crime scene, were you taking some notes from what the accused was saying when you conveying him to the crime scene? Were you jotting some notes, making some entries?
There was nothing that he said on our way to the crime scene.
Endleleni ke eyakhona lapho ke kwindawo yesigameko akukho awakusho ke noma awayekusho umsolo.
So are you telling the court that within that 50 minutes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the statement of the accused consists of 2 pages, and the pro forma consists of 5 pages, 3 pages of the statement. Yes, the 2 pages. So more or less 8 pages that you completed within a period of 50 minutes. Was that probable?
Yes.
Yebo ukuthi ke lama page awu80 ngangwa kwenzeka noma futhi ko into engenzeka ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso sika 15 minutes ngaqeda.
So during the pointing out, I don't want to get into the merits of the pointing out, but can you assure the court that there was no investigating officer present, physically present during the pointing out?
Yes, I can assure the court.
Ngayinikeza lenkantolo isiqinisekiso sokuthi ke ngalesi sikhathi ke ekhomba ke noma the pointing out umphenyi wecala ke noma umseshi wayengekho.
Do you know Mr. Mahano? Sergeant Mahano, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the title
Yes.
or rank. Do you know him?
Yes.
Yebo ngiyamazi ke uSergeant Mohane.
What was his involvement during the pointing out? Was he present? He was not present?
The last time I saw him, he was at the police station when I gave him the forms.
Ugcina kwami ukumbona ke kwakuse police station kade ngimnikeza ke ama forms.
So in other words, he was not at the scene crime
Yes.
scene, sorry.
Yes.
Wayengekho ke lapha yana kule ndawo yesigameko.
That's not my instruction. My instruction is that Sergeant Mkhano was present when this pointing out took place, in the presence of more or less heavily armed TRT police unit.
That's not correct, my lord. I did not see Sergeant Mahano there. And
sorry.
the other thing that I need to clarify to the court is that the question was, during the pointing out, was the investigating officer there? I said no, because the investigating officer is Brigadier Gininda.
Lana ke umbuzo
So Brigadier Gininda was nowhere there.
Umbuzo ubuzile ukuthi umseshi noma umphenyi weqala wayekhona ke ngathi cha. Umphenyi weqala kwakuyi Brigadier Gininda yena ke wayengekho lapho.
There's evidence before this court that Mkhano was present when a confession was made in the presence of or in front of a magistrate for accused number 2. He was present at that time, but not inside according to the state witnesses. He was present. I just want to check his involvement in this, if he was not an investigating officer.
My lord, I wouldn't know what is Mkhano's participation in the investigation. I would only answer for what I did on the day of the pointing out, which is to hand over documents to him.
Angeke ngazi ke ukuthi ke umkhano ke yena ke kwakuyini ke emhlanganisa ke nophenyo kwalelo cala engakusho ke mina ke yiloko mina nje engakwenza ngalelo langa le pointing out okuba kumnikeza ama documents.
So do you also dispute that there were members of the TRT police officers or police unit?
During the pointing out, there wasn't any member of the TRT.
Ngesikhathi pointing out yenzeka lalingekho ilunga noma amalunga eTRT.
Who was escorting you?
I was escorted by EMPD members.
Abantu ababengi escorta amalunga ke eEMPD.
How many were they?
They were in 2 cars, my lord. I think there were 4.
Babehamba ngey'moto ezimbili ngicabanga ukuthi babe u4.
Did you not observe or see a minibus that was transporting the members of the TRT?
No, my lord, I didn't.
Angizange ngiboneke ibhasi ehamba ke labo be-TRT.
So these members of the EMPD, were they also present during the pointing out?
My lord, they kept a distance away from the pointing out.
Laba ke be-EMPD bona ke babeqhelileke
But they were present in the distance.
babe khona ke lapho i-pointing out yenzeka kodwa ke babeqhelile.
May I consult, ma'am?
Yes.
So, in terms of your experience in relation to the pointing out, you said, as you have said, this was the 4th one. So you did not have necessary skill and experience and proficiency to conduct a pointing out.
As a good please, Morocco, I don't understand what is the basis for that question. The witness has put his background on record, how he worked at, amongst others, murder and robbery in the vow. Can we just get clarity as to what is the basis for that question?
Yes.
The basis for this question is
What is the basis?
arises from the mistakes that he has made and the last statement that he has made in which the witness indicated that he has, to the best of his knowledge, satisfied himself that the information is incorrect. I believe it's in the last page of the pro forma. May I proceed, Mala?
Where do you see that? You say there's what on this pro forma?
There's an indication from at the last page.
Indication.
Yes,
Last page.
last page. It starts with after the conclusion of, my lord.
Yeah. So
So
where is that indication? Because I see after the conclusion, pointing of the scenes and of points, the notes are read to the person who pointed out and they are interpreted once again. The following questions are now put to the person who pointed out the scenes and of points. 1. Are you satisfied that which you pointed out and said has been noted down correctly? Answer, yes. 2. Are you satisfied that which you pointed out is your own version of what took place? Answer, yes. Do you have any complaints about the manner in which I conducted the pointing out? Answer, no. Are you satisfied with the interpreter? It's not applicable because there was no interpreter. Where is the indication, sir?
May I withdraw that, my lord?
Yes.
Because the basis for this question, let me just rephrase it in this manner. After the completion of this pro forma, did you recheck every information that is contained there?
I went through the pro forma, hence I immediately left it.
Ikhuluma lena ngayibheka ke mase ngiqedile ke ingakho ke ngayishiya.
All right. May I just put the version of the accused before I conclude my cross-examination? My instruction is that the accused person was arrested on the 30th of May 2020 at Tembisa. During the arrest, he was assaulted He was then taken to Phosphorus next to a municipality area where he was further assaulted, choked with a plastic bag. And
Sorry, just for my clarification.
yes,
Is it in a room? Is it in the open field? Is it in a police station? Where? A residential area, because you say he was again assaulted.
he was assaulted
Where?
at police.
If you want to disclose it. If you don't want to, fine. It's just
My-
for my clarification.
I'll clarify that, my lord, because it's my version. It's the version of the accused. On the day he was arrested on the 30th of May 2020, he was assaulted by the police outside the house. Yeah. He was assaulted by the police in Tembisa at a place called Litabong. And he was then taken again to Phosphorus, to a place which he assumed or suspected to be a municipality area next to the court, where he was further assaulted.
My lord, if I may take instructions in the meantime.
Yes.
Thereafter, he was transported to Albertine. And on the 30th, he was assaulted in the presence of Colonel Mboto, who took a confession from the accused. Can you comment on that?
You know, Mr. Gomez, I want to be fair to you.
Yes.
You didn't cross-examine Mboto. The assertion which was put was never that he was assaulted in the presence of Colonel Mboto. The assertion was that when the accused entered Mboto's office, the assault stopped. And Mboto took out a completed pro forma and a completed statement and said to the accused, why did you sign this? Because these people are going to keep on assaulting you. That was what was put, not inside the office.
May I confirm that?
Yes, I don't want us to.
My lord, I beg leave to adjourn for a few minutes, my lord. I just want to take proper instruction relating to this, because I'm so sorry, because the version that I'm putting to the accused, to the witness, I'm not privy to the version that was given or put.
I just told you what it was.
That's correct.
Yeah.
There's something that I need to correct before
Okay,
we
fine.
proceed.
How long?
10 minutes.
What's the time then?
20 minutes. It's 5 to 11. Man.
20 minutes, okay.
Instruction on
That's why I went to T's. Yes, Mr.
Yes.
I thought you were going to say something. Okay. Yes, Mr. Mgomezu.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, before I proceed putting the version of the accused, there's one aspect that I need to clarify to the witness.
Okay.
My lord. Mr. Khatebe, you mentioned that the accused said when you were transporting him from Albertine to Vosloorus, he said, if you can take me to the entrance of Vosloorus. Is that what you said?
That's true.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngathi sihamba ke noma ngimhambisa ke wathi ke uma ungangithatha nje ungiseke la engenwa khona noma lokho kubizwa ukuthi entrance yase Vosloorus.
If that is the case, which entrance are you talking about in Vosloorus?
That
To
is
which
the
entrance did you take the accused to?
that is the entrance next to the shopping complex.
Ile ndawo yokungena ke eseduze ke nala kunezitolo khona ke noma entrance le eseduze ne shopping complex.
Is it the only entrance or is it the only shopping complex?
My lord, I can't say that. I don't even know that area. So the driver was the one who drove to that direction.
Angeke ngikusho ukuthi iyona kuphela ke le ndawo enezitolo angiyazi ke le ndawo noma le area umshayeli uyena owa driver ke waya ngakulolo hlangothi lolo.
Mr. Spear is going to deny that he gave you the directions to that particular place where you allege he has made a pointing out. He will deny that.
My lord, I would not have known those points if they were not pointed out by him.
Ngangeke ngizazi ke lezo ndawo noma lawo ma points uma kuukuthi ayengakhonjiwe uyena.
It is further my instruction regarding, or let me just put it this way. Did he ever directed you to that particular place? Did he actually instruct the driver to turn right, left, stop?
My lord, we took him to, he said we must take him to the entrance. From that area, he said, now I see. And then he directed it.
What? Asimthathe simseke la kungena khona noma ke ku entrance. Ukusuka lapho ke wasethi manje ke sengiyabona ke kwaba uyena ke manje osesitshela noma sesikhombisa.
Yes, may I repeat that question? Did he direct you or did he direct the driver? If he says yes, now I can see. But was he directing the driver to say he must turn left, he must turn right?
Yes.
Uyena ke wayitshela ke umshayeli ukuthi manje ke usungajika ke ekunxele usungajika ke besokudla.
The accused will deny that. He will dispute that.
That's what happened.
Uma uthi ke uzophika yiloko okwenzeka.
The version on the 5th of June 2020, according to his version, he doesn't even know that particular place. The only place where he was taken to, where he saw that he was at Vosloorus, was at the hostel in Vosloorus, because he was residing there previously. That's the only place he saw.
That's not correct, my lord. I did not even know the points that he pointed me, except being directed by him.
Ukuthi ke wayengazazi ke noma indawo awayeyazi ke eFosloorus hostel ngoba wayehlala lapho akusilona iqiniso ngoba ke mina ke lama points lezi ndawo ngangazazi mina uyena owayeyikhomba.
It is further my instruction that he was coerced to point at a place or at that particular place that he didn't know. He was never there previously.
He was never coerced by me, my lord, and he never reported ever being coerced by anyone else.
Akakaze aphoqwe yimina ukuthi ke akakhombe futhi ke akakaze asho kumina ukuthi ukhona owamphoqa ukuthi akakwenze lokho.
Let me just get back to the version to establish the history of assault or as from the 30th of May 2020. For the point of correction that from the error that has occurred on putting that in version, I was instructed to inform you that when he was arrested on the 30th of May 2020, he was taken to a certain place in Litabong. It's a municipality area where he was assaulted. He was suffocated by the police. Furthermore, he was taken to, after that, yes, the Tabong is in Tembisa. After Tembisa, he was taken to Foslorus, where he was further assaulted. It is also a place, a municipality area. Do you have knowledge of that?
No, I don't.
Anginalwazi ke lokho kokushoyo ukuthi ke washaywa ke wasiwa kule ndawo ke okwakubukeka kuyena ke ngathi indawo kamasipala eLithabong eThembisa ila ashaywa khona ke nokuthi emuva kwakho wase esiwa futhi eFosterus nalabo kwakuyindawo ke bathi ekamasipala. Anginalwazi lwalokho.
He was also assaulted at the Kloof police station in the office, where during the assault, Colonel Mboto entered the office and the assault stopped. Do you have knowledge of that?
No, I don't have.
Nokuthi waqhubeka ke washaywa ke eshaywa epolice station lase Deep Kloof kunehhovisi lapho kwathi masengena ke uKolonel Mboto base beyeka ke kumshaya nalokho angikwazi.
And Colonel Mboto was in possession of documents which he presented to the accused to sign. And he said to him, if you don't sign this document, I'll let these people to continue assaulting. Do you have knowledge of that?
My lord, I don't have knowledge.
Nalokho ke angikwazi ukuthi ke uKolonel Mboto wangena lapho ke ephethe ama documents. Ewabonisa ke noma watshengisa yena umsolo athi ke nake akasayinde uma kuukuthi akasayindi uzoba dedela ke lapho ukuthi baqhubeke ke bamshaye. Angikwazi lokho.
Thank you, my lord. That concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
As it is the contract, just a few aspects of clarification. As it is the contract.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. You had told the court in your evidence in chief that the pointing out that you conducted with accused number 1 was your fourth one, not so?
That's true.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi lena ke pointing out ngakuyenza no accused number 1 kwakuyisimo.
Am I then, I'm trying to thread very carefully. Would you say then I'm making a mistake when I were to say to you, you basically were in your fledgling stages, in your nascent, like in your budding stages in terms of the processes of taking down and pointing out?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, you were still in your budding stages, means you were still new. You had not yet had or accumulated a lot of experience in terms of pointing out.
My
Not
lord,
in general, but pointing out.
My lord, in terms of pointing out and experience based, experience one gains it by doing the pointing out and later on giving evidence in court about it. So if my fourth one is at infancy, I doubt it.
Isipiliyoni ke usithola ngokuthi ngokumayela ke nawo ke ama pointing out ngokuthi uwenze uye kuona ubese uyeza ke uzonikeza ngobufakazi enkantolo ukuthi ke manje ngangingeba kabi naso ke isipiliyoni hayi lokho ngiyakugabaza.
I don't want to leave at this point, but at that moment in time, when you were requested to go take a pointing out or to assist with a pointing out in respect of accused number one, did you regard yourself as an experienced person in taking down or in taking pointing outs or in conducting pointing outs?
Yes.
Mina ke ngaleso sikhathi ngicela ukuthi angihambe ke ngiyosiza ngalena mara naye ke accused number 1 ngithatha nanje ngomuntu ke owaziyo lo umsebenzi noma ke onesipiliyoni.
Thank you. Before I forget this one, and after you've taken this pointing out, did you submit your statement as a witness where you detailed how the pointing out went on and stuff like that? And
Yes.
affidavit?
Yes, I did, my lord.
Ekamuva ke sengiqedile istatement sami ngasindlulisa ke la engangichaza khona ke ukuthi pointing out yahamba kanjani noma yenzeka kanjani.
Maybe I need to explain it to you before there's a bit of a confusion. I mean a statement as a witness, not a statement that you could have taken at the time at which the pointing out was being done. Do you understand? Statement as a witness.
Yes, I did, my lord.
Yebo istatement nanje ngofakazi yebo ngasenza.
I don't want to labor the point, but it is unfortunate. I think maybe I need to simply say it very openly and succinctly that unfortunately that statement, I'm talking on my behalf, it was never discovered to me. But nonetheless, it could be neither here nor there. But let's proceed. Thank you.
There's the statement according to Mr. Baloyi.
It's only coming up now, my lord. That is exactly what I'm trying to get at, my lord, that up until this witness started to proffer his testimony, I never had sight of the statement that he made where he detailed how the pointing out actually progressed as a witness. I
Mr.
never
Baloyi,
had sight.
You never discovered that statement.
Well, as is dated the 18th of June 2020, we would have thought that the statement has been discovered, the printings out was discovered. If it wasn't, my lord, then perhaps there was an omission on the route, but there is a statement.
Was it discovered, Mr.
As if this is the court, my lord. My lord, this is for the first time that I have sight of this document.
Right, Mr. Mamalo? First time you saw the document.
I haven't seen it before, my lord. I haven't seen it.
Ms. Mshololo?
Yes, my lord, I have not even seen it. Not seen the statement before.
Okay, for the fairness of the trial, I'm going to adjourn. And what's your time there?
10 to 12 my lord.
10 to 12, my lord.
10 to 12.
Yes.
I'll come back at 2. So
As
you
it
can
is the
take
court.
instructions.
We appreciate the indulgence. Thank
Yeah,
you, ma'am.
and then we can
Can I have the statement
cross-examine,
again?
even Mr. Mgomezulu, if you want to read, cross-examine in view of the statement, you can do so.
Court business.
2 o'clock.
Who's just easy?
Yes. Mr. Mgomezulu, after having had access to the statement of the Lieutenant Colonel and after consulting, any cross-examination in addition?
There is, my lord.
Yeah.
My lord, I would beg leave to read the statement of
Two,
to read the statement of the witness
read it.
before laying the basis.
Two,
Before laying the basis, to read the statement of this of the witness for the purpose of cross-examining the witness.
of. I don't understand. You say you want to read Lieutenant Colonel's state.
The statement that was disclosed to us.
Yeah.
But I would like to lay the basis for that plea.
You want to?
To lay the basis for the statement that I'm intending to read it.
Yeah, okay.
For record.
Whatever you want to do, do it. Yeah, but you are not through, eh?
Yes, as it please the court.
Yeah, so
my lord.
continue with your cross-examination.
I don't mind.
And
to
having
pen-
no, wait.
Yes.
Continue with your cross-examination, having regard to the fact that during your examination it transpired that there was a statement which was made by the Lieutenant Colonel, which was not disclosed to counsel before you commenced your cross-examination.
As it please the court.
Right, sir?
Thank you. Sir, I earlier on asked you and indicated that on the basis of the number of pointing out that you have made, I put it to you that it looks to me like you were at your fledgling fledgling stages of your experience with regard to taking of pointing out, and you said you did not agree with me, and further on I said to you, did you then regard yourself as a person that was experienced in taking pointing out? I did not get your answer clear there. What was your answer?
Yes, I am.
Your experience.
Yes.
Thank you.
Shilo ke ngathi experience sona naso ke ukuthatha ama pointing noma ukwenza ama pointing outs.
Now, somebody who's just said his experience in taking pointing out, would you agree with me that a pointing out, it's either an admission or a confession by conduct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ngizovuma ke ukuthi uma umuntu ekhomba ke lokho kusho ukuthi ke sibe umuntu ngohlobo kwenzakala ukuthi ukuvuma ke lokho.
So, in other words, you understood at the very onset when you were requested by Mr. Kininda that you will be dealing with something akin to a confession.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
Uma engicela ke ukubrekade Kininda bese ngazike lokho noma ngifikela ke ukuthi manje ngizosebenza ngento la engathi khona ke umuntu ovumayo.
Now, as an experienced member of the South African Police Services who understands that a pointing out is an admission by conduct and or a confession by conduct, I take it you knew what is required when somebody says, I want to come and make a confession.
Yes, your lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ke uma ke nanje komuntu ke onespiliyoni ke uma umuntu ethi ke ngifuna ke ukuvuma ke ngiyazi ukuthi yini ekufanele ngiyenze.
Would you also agree with me that You were there when Mr. Accused number one, Mr. Sibiya, appeared before you. You were no longer wearing a hat as a member of the South African Police Services, but by then you were regarded as a peace officer, not so?
Yes, my lord.
Ngizovuma-ke ukuthi nangaleya nkathi ngikanye nayo uMr Sibiya ukuthi ngangisengagqokile-ke manje isigqoko-ke noma ikepusi ukuthi ngiyiphoyisa kodwa lokho ababiza ngokuthi-ke i-peace officer.
In other words, you no longer regarded yourself as a police, but somebody who is at a level or equivalent to a magistrate. Not so?
Yes, my lord.
Nokuthi-ke manje ngangazithathi-ke ukuthi sengiyiphoyisa kodwa umuntu osungathi umoya mlinganisa-ke umlinganise nemantshi.
Thank you. Now, there is Mr. Sibiya. Let us fast forward to the point where you're meeting him. By the way, when did you meet him again for the first time, that encounter? Can you take this court through that encounter?
I met him at Alberton SAPS, my lord.
Ngahlangana naye-ke e-police station yase-Alberton.
What were the circumstances by which you met him?
There was an argument about handing over of Mr. Sibiya to me, because the member had a concern that if he hands him over to me, he must sign for him on the OP.
Kwakunokuxoxisana-ke lana mayelake nokuthi adlulisele kumina ilunga leli-ke noma imember lena-ke yayithi uma izomdlulisela kumina kuzofanele kube yiyona esayinda i-OB.
So we had to go back to the charge office for me to sign for him. So he was then not handed over to me by anyone. I received him.
Kwase kufanele sibuyeleke manje e-charge office ngiyosayinda khona-ke okusho ukuthi-ke akekho umuntu omdlulise kumina noma omnikeze kumina imina-ke engamamukela.
Thank you. Then you took him to a particular office, I would assume, where the interview then started.
Yes, my lord.
Ngase ngihamba naye-ke kwi-office elithize la-ke i-interview iyaqala khona.
According to the pro forma here, that would have been office number 31 there at Alberton Police Station.
Yes, my lord.
Leyo office-ke kwaku-office 31 khona lapho e-Alberton.
Thank you. Now, we know from what we have just said that in that office is now yourself, most probably the accused, number one, Mr. Sibiya, and who else was in that office?
No one else, my lord.
Kwakuyithina sobabili kulelo office akekho omunye owayekhona.
Thank you. May you explain to this court what was the sitting arrangement in that office?
I was sitting next to Mr. Sibiya because the table that I was allocated to was a small table. So
Yeah.
I was sitting on his right, he was on my left.
Ngangihlezi eduze kwakhe umnumzana uSibiyeke kulelo office ngoba itafula esalinikezwe lincane ngangihlezi ku right wakhe yena ehlezi ku left wami.
Thank you. Then you can take this court through what then transpired. You seated next to each other in that office number 31. What then transpires?
And then I then went through the notes on the pointing out, and I informed him of the reasons why I was there.
Ngase-ke ngisebenzisa-ke ama-notes lana ayo-ke i-pointing out mazisa-ke nesizathu sokuthi ngibe lapho.
And I went through the pro forma stage by stage as I had already given evidence.
Ngase-ke iform lena-ke nanjengoba bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ngiyiqaleke la iqala khona ngihambe nayo.
Thank you, sir. That's a bit murky. In other words, it's a bit misty. There's no clear indication what you exactly did, because you just say I went through with him the notes on the pointing out, and then I told him the reason why I was there, and then I read him here. Take it step by step. That is what I want to know. You get into the office, you sit on your chairs, he's sitting next to you, there's a table in front of you, then what happens?
the pointing out pro forma then happened. I went through the pointing out pro forma.
Mase sihlezi phansi ke ila engiqale khona ke manje ukuthi kusebenza ngayo ke iform lena ke ye pointing out.
Thank you. Where did you get this form from, or the document from, this pointing out pro forma from?
I came with it.
Lena ke akukho la ngithole ngeza nayo mina ke le form.
Thank you. You're sitting down, he's sitting next to you, you have got this pro forma document on your hand, and then you start to go through it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Lokho ke ngisho ukuthi sahlala phansi ngase ke ngiqala ke ngayo iform lena.
Thank you. You did not even ask him who his name was.
My Lord, the pro forma even mentions who the name of the person is.
No, the
So it
question,
means for me to have known the name of the person is by me asking him.
no,
Lana
sir.
ke lana
Oh,
le
I'm
form
sorry,
lena
I'm sorry, I'm
igama
sorry.
lalo muntu libhaliwe ke kusho ukuthi uma libhaliwe la imina engambuza.
No, sir. I've just asked you what you did. You said you sat on the table with accused number 1. Then what you do next time, you start to read the pro forma to him. That's what you said. Now the question is, you did not even ask him who his name was. Not so, because you start by reading the pro forma.
When you read the pro forma, you ask the name, he will give you the name and you write the name, my Lord.
Uma ke usuqala ke ngayo iform ila ubuza khona igama uzokunikeza igama ubusubhala phansi.
Where is it written in the pro forma where you asked who his name was?
My Lord, can I read the pro forma again?
Yes.
I'm cross-examining you. You need to follow me because I'm giving you the lead. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I do not understand, hence I requested to read the pro forma because the question is, where is it written your name is?
Now, if there is something that you don't understand from what I'm asking you, there is nothing that is stopping you from saying to me, Mr. Mnisi, can you please repeat yourself or clarify your question? Do you understand?
My understanding, my Lord, is that answers that I give to the court.
Ngokwami ke ukwazi ukuthi impendulo enginikeza ngazo
If my
impendulo enginikeza ngazo
understanding-
enkantolo sorry.
Okay. If my understanding is wrong, I apologize.
Uma kuwukuthi ke lokhu ke mina ngendlela engazi ngayo kulongo ngalokho ke ngiyaxolisa.
Thank you. Now the question is, in the pro forma, where is it written where you asked him his name? Just pinpoint that. It's not a difficult thing. You don't need to read the pro forma again. Just pinpoint that.
Name, Muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Thank you.
Lana ke kubhaliwe igama kwase kubhalwa ke muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Thank you. So what you're saying is, before you went through this pro forma, you started by asking him his name, and he said to you, Muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya. Is that the first thing that you did when you went through this pro forma with him?
That is where the pro forma starts with the interview.
Ila khona ke la kunegama khona ke iform lena iqala khona ke ngayo inhlolo khona.
Thank you, sir. Then from there, what transpired? He's telling you what his name is. Then from there, what is transpiring?
I asked his place of residence
Yes.
or birth,
Yes.
and he said Nongoma in KZN.
Ngase ngimbuza ke la hlala khona noma ke indawo yakhe yokuzalwa kuyona wasethi ke kwaNongoma eKZN.
On sex, I asked him, and he said he's a male.
Ukuthi ke umuntu wesilisa umuntu wesifazane waseke esho ukuthi umuntu wesilisa.
The physical address where he stays, he said he doesn't have a physical address in that area. They're using a school as a reference, which is next to him.
Mangimbuza ke ngekheli la ahlala khona washo ukuthi ikheli alikho kodwa ke basebenzisa kunesikole esilapha eduze abasebenzisayo.
Thank
I-
you. And he went on to give his age, which was then 34 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Iminyaka yakhe ke ngaleso sikhathi kwaku-34.
Now, at what point of the interview did you fill in the information that is just above the information that you have just read to the court?
This information that I have filled in, I filled it in whilst I was sitting with him.
Lena ke lena imininingwane eqeda manje uyifunda ke ngangiyenza ngayibhala ke ngalesikhathi engangihlezi naye.
At what point?
Before I started the interview with him.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiqale ke ngayo i-interview.
Thank you. Now you went on and read all the information to him that is contained in the pro forma. Up until such time, there was a point where you then decided, let's go. After, according to you, he said to you, I want to go and show you certain points, not so?
Yes.
Utheke emuva kuba sekuqedile ke ila khona sesifikela kwisigaba la ethi manje ke so hamba ke ayongikhombisa indawo nama points athize.
Is it true that in your evidence in chief, I think there was something that distracted me, but I want to confirm it with you. Is it true that at some point you made mention of the fact that there were some photos as you interviewed him which were taken in the office?
Yes.
Ngishilo ke noma ngikhulumile ke ngeyithombe nkathi ke ngi-interviewer ezathotshiwa ke zakhe e-office.
And who took those photos?
The photos were taken by Sergeant Mapakela from Criminal Records.
Iy'thombe ke zathotshiwa uSergeant Maphakela we-LCRC.
Thank you. Just a second. I'm not so sure whether the photo album has already been handed to court, my lord. I'm saying this under correction. Sometimes my memory.
It has been handed.
It has been handed.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Now, do you have the photo album in front of you there?
Yes.
Thank you. How many photos does it have? The one which is in front of you?
It has photo 1 until photo 31.
Qala ke ku-1 kuphele ke ku-31 iy'thombe lezi enginazo.
Yeah, it accords with what I have as well. But nonetheless, my question is as follows. In that photo album, may you kindly take this court to a photo that depicts you seated with the accused person in the office as you were interviewing him?
There is none.
Asekho isithombe la ngihlezi khona ke naye phansi ngim-interviewer.
Is it correct that you have just told this court that photos of you, pictures of you were taken by Sergeant Mapangela as you and the accused number 1 were seated in the office interviewing him?
No, I never said that.
Angikaze ngithi uMaphakela uthathe iy'thombe noma wathwele iy'thombe zami nomsola sihlezi phansi.
He never said that. You can take it from me.
No, thank you, Warren. Thank you. What did you say again?
He said the photos were taken by Mapakela.
Yes.
Yes.
My question was, if I were to repeat it, my question was, and I also made mention of the fact that there is something that distracted me when you were at that point, and I said to you, is it correct that in your evidence in chief, you said that as you were seated in the office with accused number 1, photos of you were taken whilst you were in the office?
The answer is it is not correct.
That's a good testimony. That's not what the witness said.
Akulona iqiniso lelo banga ukuthi ngithe kwathotshiwa iy'thombe zami ngihlezi naye umsola e-office.
Yeah, the reason why I had to ask you, can you please show us those photos then, it's because of the answer that I got from you, because I heard you saying yes. Do you understand?
I never said yes, photos of me and the accused were obtained,
Yes.
were taken. I've never said that.
Angikaze ngisho ukuthi yebo ithombe zami nomsolwa zathathwa.
Were any photos of you whilst interviewing the accused in the office taken by Mr. Mapakela?
No photos of me with that were taken by Mr. Mapakela whilst I was sitting with the accused.
Azikho ithombe zami ezathetshwa kuyena kuMaphakela ngathi ngihlezi naye umsolwa.
Thank you. Why that did not happen? Why were such photos not taken?
My lord, interview between the accused and myself is done only with me and the accused sitting in the office. That is the interview. The purpose of a photographer only comes in when I request the photographer to come and take specific pictures. He can't sit in and take pictures while I'm interviewing.
Phakathi kwami nomsolwa uma sihlezi lapha ke sine interview imina naye kuphela. Lona ke othobela ithombe ungena noma uza uma ke ukuthi ngikuneyithombe ezithize engifisa ukuthi ke ayithathe noma ke ayithwebule akakwazi ukuthi angahlala phakathi abe khona nkathi ngikhulumisana nomsolwa.
Exactly on the same explanation. Why did you not call in the photographer to come and take photos of you whilst you were interviewing the accused in the office, particularly at the point at which you were showing him your appointment certificates? Why did you not do that?
That would have meant, my lord, stopping the interview, getting someone in to take a picture and send him out again, continue the interview, call him again when the time to check on injuries is. It would have been an up and down of that. And then it means he's participating in the interview.
Ukuthi ke manje ngingambizi ukuthi eza azothatha ithombe zami naye ngim-interviewer bekuzosho ukuthi noma ke ngimbonisa certificate sami ke sokuthi ngibe iphoyisa ngime nge-interview angene athathe isithombe aphume uma kufanele futhi ezothebula ithombe ukubheka ukulimala aphinde angene futhi aphinde aphume okusekusho ukuthi manje useyingxenye ke yayo interview.
Mr. Khatebe, I don't want to labor this point. I may simply sum it up by saying the manner in which, or the process that you employed as and when you were interviewing this not this witness, but Mr. Sibiya in that office, it's indicative of the level of experience that you had in conducting pointing out.
Yeah, can you lay the basis, sir?
As it please the court, my lord. The reason why I'm saying this, very simple and not far-fetched. You are saying the reason why you did not invite the photographer to come and take photos of you while seated there with the accused person is because that would have amounted to interference. Now I'm saying to you, you simply had to call him in for just a minute, he takes a photo or two, and then he goes out, and then you proceed with the interview. That would not have been an interference, which is the reason why I say, for the fact that you did not do that, it's just indicative of the level of experience that you had in the process of conducting pointing outs.
My lord, that is not fair. Stopping an interview for a picture has never happened. Maybe you have experienced it somewhere.
Yes.
But we've never stopped an interview for someone to come and take a picture of myself and the accused sitting down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just
Mhlambe
say-
ke lento usuke wahlangana nayo ngaphambilini noma khona la usuke wa experience khona ke kodwa kaze kwenzeke lokho ke ukuthi manje stopeke noma simeke ngenhlolo khona noma interview ukuthi umuntu angena azothola ithomba akaze kwenzeke lokho.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Munisi.
As it is a court
Is it
matter.
a statutory requirement that the Lieutenant Colonel is obliged or enjoined to take photographs seated with an accused whom he is going to interview for the pointing out?
It is by convention, my lord.
I talk statutory. Is it a statutory requirement?
I-
Section 218A,
Yes, my lord.
does it make provision for that?
I am saying, my lord, it is by
So
convention.
it's not by law, it's by convention. Fine, no problem.
Which is the reason why, my lord, if I may add an addendum to what I've just said, which is the reason why it is not only each and every policeman that gets required to go and take a pointing out a confession from a suspect, but people who occupy certain rank, those that are called commissioned officers. That is only based on the understanding that the level at which they are experienced enough to understand what the imports of taking down a confession and conducting it of a pointing out are, my lord. But I say it is by convention,
Yes, I've heard you. It's not
Thank
by
you,
law.
madam.
I've heard you.
as it is a court, my lord.
Yes, Mr.
There's a court case. Can council maybe quote or bring proof of that convention that is referring to? I suppose convention means something that is universally practiced.
No. Me, I'm administering law in this court.
Yes.
I want to know whether it's a statutory requirement or
Yes.
not. Convention is not obligatory
Yes.
by its very nature. But the law is obligatory.
Yes.
If it is enacted that this officer, before he takes or during the course of taking a confession or a pointing out, he's obliged to take a photograph seated with the gentleman from whom you are taking the pointing out. Fine.
Indeed, my lord, but what we mean is council referring to standing orders of the police, for instance? If so, then he needs to direct that to the witness. We're trying to establish what is the basis for
but
saying
Mr.
that there is
Mrs.
a convention.
Has already given his answer.
As a
As it pleases the court, my
Yes,
lord.
Mr. Minister.
I think my colleague is raising a point that will be worthwhile taking on address.
Standing orders.
No, not standing orders.
Because
The
I've
point
read,
that
I've
is
read,
just
let me tell you,
raised.
I've read the standing orders in and out.
Yes, ma'am.
Never heard of a standing order which says he's obliged to take photographs when he's interviewing a prospective interviewee for a pointing out or a confession.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, madam. May I then proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
You further indicated that you understand and you agreed that a pointing out amounts to a confession by conduct and an admission by conduct, not so?
That's true, Your Lordship.
Esengishilo ke ukuthi ukwenza ke noma ukuvuma noma ukwenza confession noma ukuvuma ke noma ke ukwenza pointing out ukuvuma ke lokho.
Thank you. Now, you know, and I think now this is going to be a statutory requirement, that when you take a confession, person must be in his sane and sober senses, must be done freely and voluntarily and without any hint of undue influence, not so?
That's true, my Lord.
Lokho ke ngiyakwazi ukuthi uma umuntu ke ezokhuluma ke noma ezovuma ke kufanele akwenze lokho ke esefondweni ngokuphelele futhi kungekho nje nokuthi ke lokho ukwenze ngokuthi ke agqugquzeke.
Thank you. Now, that is incumbent on the person or on the officer who's taking down the confession or pointing out in this instance to make sure that the person that is before him is not under those factors. The person is not unduly influenced. The person is in sane and sober senses. And what again did I say? The person is not unduly influenced. You know, all those statutory requirements. I knew them when I was still at school, but now they are repeated. Yeah. But the essence of my question is that is incumbent on the person that is about to take on that process to make sure that those requirements on the person that is before him are there, not so.
That's true, my lord.
Kuqiniswa-ke nokuthi-ke lokho-ke kufanele kuqinisekiswe-ke yilo ohlezi nalo azom-interviewa ukuthi konke-ke zonke-ke lezi besiqeda uzisho manje ukuthi ngempela akekho ngaphansi kwazo.
Thank you. And that the person needed to feel free in front of you, not so.
That's true, my lord.
Nokuthi lo muntu-ke funeka azizwe futhi-ke khululekile-ke phambi kwami.
Now, as an officer who says, I'm experienced, what is it that you did to make sure, or to what is it that you did to satisfy yourself that all these traits that I've just mentioned, the suspect that is before you exhibited them, that he was not unduly influenced, he was free, he was just there on his own. What is it that you did to ascertain those features?
My lord,
Yes.
the proforma says, in his sound and sober senses appear before me, Lieutenant Colonel Hate.
Kubhaliwe lana-ke ukuthi-ke esemqondweni wakhe-ke opheleleke kungekho okuphazamisayo ephambi kwami-ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
If he was not in his sound and sober senses, the interview would not have continued.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke wayengekho kwisimo esikahle-ke noma-ke esinzile ngokwasemqondweni inhlolo khona-ke yayingeke iqhubeke.
Thank you, sir. My question is, I'm not asking you to repeat what is contained in the Ronio form here. My question is, what is it that you did yourself?
I
As a
observed.
presiding- I'm not done.
I
my
observed.
question. What is it that you did as a presiding officer, for lack of a better word, to ascertain or to make sure that the person that was before you was free from all these other things which would have rendered the taking of this pointing out or the process of the pointing out irregular?
On my observation, my lord, I observed that he was sound, he was sober.
Ekumbhekeni kwami kumbukeni kwami ngila engabona khona-ke ukuthi-ke usemqondweni ngokuphelele.
Thank you.
And in continuation thereof,
Yes.
we went through the proforma and he was informed of all his rights,
Yes.
even including the fact that he is not forced to give a statement.
Kwengeza-ke kulokho noma ukuqhubeka-ke kulokho sase sisebenzisa yona-ke ifomu echazela onke-ke amalungelo akhe kwanokuthi-ke akaphoqelekile ukuthi-ke aqhubeke noma enze statement.
Thank you. Now, as a peace officer, did you at any point bring to his attention the fact that you are not involved in the investigation of this case? You are not involved with any member who could be involved in the investigation of this case? Although you are a policeman, you don't know nothing about this case. Did you ever bring that to his attention?
My lord,
Yes.
I went through the proforma and I went through the proforma. And I would not have been called to participate if I was involved in the investigation.
Ngisebenzileke noma ngisebenzisile-ke ifomu lena futhi-ke ngaqhubeka ngayisebenzisa-ke futhi uma kuwukuthi ngangiyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo noma ingxenye yophenyo ngabe angibizwanga-ke ukuthi ngizwe ngizolekelela noma ngizosiza.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. That I understand. Can you please address my question? Can you please answer my question?
That I did not form part of the investigation. No.
Would that not be interpreted? I think I'm waiting for it to be interpreted.
No, I'm just say that you did not form part.
Of the investigation.
Can you repeat the question? Well, you just said no, then
Yes, he's answering the question.
yes.
Because
I just missed
counsel
the question.
asked
Yeah, that's why.
if he
I'm
did he tell the accused or the future deponent that he is not involved in the investigation.
Yes.
So the answer is no.
Maybe yena
Definitely.
abuza ku-Colonel ukuthi umsola umtshelile yini ukuthi ongasiyona ingxenye yophenyo uthi-ke yena-ke cha.
Thank you. Did you at any point ascertain from the future deponent, thank you very much, my lord, ascertain from the future deponent whether prior to him being brought before you, has he been taken to a district surgeon just to go and evaluate him about his state of health and everything?
No.
Thank you.
Ukuthi-ke wayesiwe kudokotela ngaphambi kokuthi aze kumina lokho angikuzanga.
Said when I stood up that I won't belong, and indeed I will not belong. But let me put it to you that the fact that you said no to these very last two questions are indicative of the fact that you did not ascertain whether the future deponent, as he was there before you, was before you freely and voluntarily without any undue influence. And ultimately that tainted the credibility and the sanctity of the process that you were just about to embark upon.
I don't believe so, my lord.
Thank you.
I worked according to the protocol.
Ukuthi-ke ngiphendule ukuthi cha kule mibuzo emibili-ke yokugcina akusho-ke ukuthi lobo-ke manje kwase kuba-ke nomthelela-ke noma ukuthi-ke indlela-ke engenza ngayo noma engasebenza ngayo mina-ke ngasebenza
The proforma is.
ngasebenza ngokwendlela-ke iproforma engihola ngayo.
Thank you. And thank you very much for bringing it to our attention that you indeed made a statement explaining how the pointing out went on as early as 18 July 2020, and today is the 23rd of October 2023. 3 hours ago, we just finished with the statement. But thank you very much. I've got no further questions to you. I've got no further questions to the witness, madam.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Omalo.
This is the court, my lord. I do have questions.
Yes.
Lieutenant Colonel, can you go to exhibit GG? Let us start, Lieutenant Colonel, at paragraph 2 of your exhibit GG. At paragraph 2, I'm sorry. Is it correct that that paragraph relates to how you were approached?
Yes.
Yebo ke paragraph 2 uchaza ke indlela ke engacelwa ngayo ke noma ekwakhulunywa ngayo nami.
And just underneath that paragraph, that is paragraph 2, there is options that you must delete, which relates to the manner in which you were approached by a person requesting you to conduct the pointing out.
Yes, my lord.
Nokuthi ngenzansi ke laphana kunama options ukuthi yipi indlela ekwakhulunyiswana nami ngayo.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that in the space provided, you then responded by saying that, can you please obtain a pointing out from an accused on my case? Was that supposed to be a response to the question?
The response to the question is, how was the officer approached? And it starts by telephone, personally or otherwise. I scratched personally and otherwise and left by telephone.
Lana ke kubuza noma umbuzo uthi ke kwakhulunyiswa kanjani noma kwaziwa kanjani ke kuyona officer base kuno telephone kwaziwa kuyena mathupha noma ke ngenye indlela lezi ezimbili ngicimile noma ngicishile ke kwase kusala telephone.
So on the space provided, where you indicated that he said, can you please obtain a pointing out from an accused on my case, was it not supposed that you indicate that he requested you or you were approached by telephone?
No, it is mentioned already by telephone
Ukuthi la kule
because I
ndawo
scratched the 2 out.
ukuthi kule ndawo engibhale kuyona ke ukuthi wathini bekufanele ukuthi ngathi ngocingo cha ese lapha sekushiwo ukuthi ngocingo lezi ezimbili lezi ke ilezi ezisuliwe.
Because just underneath that at paragraph 3, you are then asked to detail the exact words that a member said when he approached you to be in charge of the pointing out. Then your response was, he said, can you please obtain a pointing out on my case? So it's a repetition.
Yes.
Yebo ke la nizansi la abuza khona ke athi nike amazwi akhe noma ilunga lelo ke uma liza kuwena ke licela ke ukuthi uhole leyo pointing out ngicela ke ungithathele ke noma ngenzele ke pointing out kwi case yami yebo ke kuphinda lokho okusekubhaliwe ngaphezulu.
So when Brigadier Gininda requested you to be in charge of the pointing out, he only said these words, can you please obtain a pointing out on my case? Then he dropped the phone.
No, I agreed.
Akusu ukuthi nje wathi nje ngicela ke ungenzele pointing out case yami wabese bekucingo ngavuma.
So that was the end of the conversation that we had.
The only thing that I asked from him was when, where.
Uyinto nje mina engambuza yona ukuthi kuphi nendawo nini.
And he explained, hence I came to Albert.
Wase echaza ke ingakho ke ngaya eAlbertine.
He did not tell you the details of the case.
No, my lord.
Mina iningwane eqala akazange angitshele.
By the details, I mean he did not tell you the charge that you were supposed to conduct the pointing out.
No, my lord.
Neqala ke alithwesiwe ke loyo akazange angitshele.
At page 2, Lieutenant Colonel, you indicated that you asked the deponent the following. The said was asked whether he was informed of the reason of his arrest as prescribed in section 35 of Act 108 of 1996, which is the Constitution. And then the response was, yes, I was informed and I was arrested for the drug dealing. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ke la kuthiwa khona noma kubhalwe khona ke ingaba wabuzwa yini or ubuziwe ukuthi watshelwa yini mayelana nesizathu sokuboshwa kwakhe nanjengoba ke usection 35 esho impendulo yathi ke yebo ngatshelwa ngiboshelwe icala lezidakamizwa.
So, Lieutenant Colonel, this pointing out, you were not aware whether it was in relation to a drug dealing or to any other case.
My lord, I have explained to this court that when I interviewed him, he said he was informed of his reason for arrest and that he was also in custody on a drug dealing case.
Ngichazele lenkantolo ukuthi ngenkathi ngim-interview wakhe wangitshela ke noma ushilo ke mina ukuthi yebo bamtshela ke isizathu sokuboshwa kwakhe nokuthi ke ube ngaphakathi ke noma evalelwe icala lezidakamizwa.
So it is your final answer that when you conducted this pointing out, you are not aware the charge that that person was facing?
Yes.
Kathi ke ngenza ke lokukhomba ke noma le pointing out ngangamazi icala abhekene nalo.
My lord, I was provided with the SAP 10, which is the occurrence book register, and it was marked Exhibit KK of the record. Lieutenant Colonel, do you have Exhibit KK, the SAP 10 register?
No.
Are you going to call the... Mr. Manoi, wait. Are you going to call the officer who signs that occurrence? It's a book which is used at the cells, is that not so?
Yes, he also made an entry.
Yes. The entry was not made by Lieutenant Colonel Hadeb.
There are 3 entries.
See.
And but in any case, my lord, we're going to traverse the occurrence books during the trial within a trial.
Okay.
So it may as well just be handed up at this stage. Exhibit KK.
Now, but the point is, this witness, we want to ascertain from him whether he signed it or not. Can you continue with your cross-examination in that regard, sir?
Yes, thank you.
SAP 10.
SAP 10, serial number Lieutenant Colonel 318.
Yes.
It's a second entry of SAP 10 register. It is at 12 hours 24 minutes. Is it correct, before I proceed, Lieutenant Colonel, that you said you arrived at Albertine SAPS at 11:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngafika Albertine 11:30 isikhathi.
At 11:24 a.m., there is an entry there, suspect taken by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe for pointing out on phosphorus case 66 of 10/2014, murder, Muzi Sitemba Sibiya, correctly received. Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that the signature that is appearing in that entry is your signature?
It's not correct. It's not 11:24. It's 12:24.
I think I had said 12:24. Yes,
It's a human error. Remember, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel talking about human errors.
It's, it's human error. It is at 12:24 p.m.
Nothing to do with experience, I suppose.
Yeah. It is at 12:24 p.m. Suspect taken by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe for pointing out on phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014, murder, 1 Muzi Sitemba Spear, correctly received. Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that the signature that is appearing at the bottom of that entry is your signature?
Yes.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi signature le elana ke kule ndawo ufunda kuyona eyami.
At what stage did you sign for the accused, Lieutenant Colonel?
After that heckling of up and down where they were refusing to sign for him, and that's at that stage that I signed.
Ukusayinda kwami ke ilesikhathi ke lana ke kunalokuxoxisana khona ke bengafuni ukuthi bamsayindele.
Before you signed in that entry, did you read what is contained in that entry?
I think I would have went through it quickly because I was also not happy with the fact that they could not bring the suspect to me. So, bring the book, I'll sign it. That's what I did.
Ukuthi ke ngithi nje kubona ke lethatha incwadi ke ngisayindeke ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi ke ngangenemeke ngokuthi bangafuni ukuthi bamlethe, so ngicabanga ukuthi nje mhlambe ngabheka nje ngokusheshsha.
But did you understand the contents of the entry, what was contained there, before you signed?
It was about the suspect, yes.
Ukuthi lokho kubhalwe lana ke ngaphambi kokuthi ngisayine yebo ukuthi kwakumayelana naye umsolo.
Not only the suspect, and also the charges and the case number for that case.
I did not even have the case number, my lord. And hence I'm saying I might have not overlooked the murder charge that is mentioned.
Ukuthi i-cash number ngangenayo ke kusangenzeka ukuthi kwangenzeka ukuthi angizange futhi ke nokuthi nje ngeqe noma ngibheke ngale kuyona ke icala leli alithweswe elibhaliwe khona lapha yana lokubulala.
Are you saying you just signed without reading fully and understanding what is contained in the entry of
Yes.
the SAP-10?
Yes.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo ukuthi ngangasayinda ke ngingabhekile ukuthi yini ebhalwe lapha yana.
Are you not running away, Lieutenant Kenneth, from the fact that you knew when you took the accused by pointing that out that what charges he was facing? That is why we are saying that you did not read the entry of the SAP-10 when you signed for him.
My lord, I do not have any reason to run away from responsibility. And I cannot come here and play with the court's time. I take full responsibility of my actions, not running away from anything.
Akukho ke engibaleka kona ke nokuthi ke uma into ngiyenzile ke ngithi cha angiyenzanga ke nokuthi akunaso nje nesizathu ukuthi ngeza la ngizodlala noma ngichithe isikhathi sale nkantolo. Uma ke ngikwenzile ngizokwamukela ngithi ngikwenzile.
But it is true that I was not aware what the accused was going to point out before I interviewed.
Kodwa kona ke kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngangazi ukuthi yini le ayezohamba ayoyikhomba ngaphambilini kokuthi ke ibe nenhlolo khono noma ngikhulumisane ngihlale phansi ngikhulumisane naye.
Without any hesitation, Lieutenant Colonel, I must put it to you that you knew before you went out with the accused what charge he was facing.
Before I went out to the office or out on pointing
Before
out.
you went out of the police station for the pointing out, you knew.
For the pointing out, I knew because I had interviewed the accused.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiphumeke epolice station yebo ngangazi ke ukuthi kwakuyini ngoba ngase ngikhulumileke naye.
Maybe we are not along. We are not getting along. I'm saying before you went out with the accused, out of Albertine SAPS, the police station, you knew what charges he was facing.
No. No. It's true that you are saying maybe we are not on the same page. When I interviewed the deponent, I was not aware what charges was he arrested for, except that he knows what he's arrested for, and he is also in custody on a drug dealing case.
Yebo ngale nkathi ke ngikhulumisana naye ke kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke mina ke ngangazi ke ukuthi ayini amaqala ke yena abhekene nawo noma iqala abhekene nalo, kodwa yebo ke wayazi ke uyena wayekwazi ke ukuthi lokho akuboshelwe uboshelweni nokuthi futhi okunye elinye iqala futhi abhekene nalo ke iqala ke leyidakamizwa.
I only became aware of what he was charged for after the interview.
Ngizokwazi ke ukuthi yini ke lena athwesi noma yiphi leqala athwesiwe ke emuva ke ukuthi ngikhulumisane naye.
I'm asking you all this question because in that entry, there is the case number, the Phosphorus case number 636 of 10/2014, which was a murder case, and which will tell us that you knew when you signed for the accused, that is before you took him out for the pointing out which charge he was facing. Basically, that is my question.
I've already said, my lord, that I might have overlooked it because I did not even know the case number.
Bese ngishilo ke ukuthi lemininingwane ebhalelana ke nokuthi ke wethu siqala lokuqala ongenzeka ukuthi into nje engayiqaka engazange ngiyiboneke ngoba ke ngishilo ukuthi ne case number ngangayazi.
Lieutenant Colonel, you arrive at 11:30 a.m. The suspect is only taken out for the pointing out at 12:24 p.m. What was happening between 11:30 and 12:24 p.m.?
From 11:30, I did not meet with the suspect. I was at the station waiting to get an indication that they have arrived from wherever they were coming from.
Ukusuka ngayo ke 11:30 umele futhi ukwazi ukuthi ushilo ukuthi wafika ngo11:30 kodwa lana ke bhala ukuthi wakhishwa ngo12:24 ukuthi kwakwenzekani ke ngaleso sikhathi. Uma ngifika ke ngo11:30 angihlangananga naye ke ngoba ngafika epolice station ngalinda bona ukuthi bafike ke ukusuka la babe noma yikuphi ke la babesuka khona.
My colleague Advocate Nisi also referred to a statement, not necessarily referred, but he also mentioned that there was a statement that you made only on the 18th of June 2020 at 12:15. I would like to refer to that statement which you made. I'm not sure, Lieutenant Colonel, whether you do have a copy of your statement.
No.
May I request that the state provide you with a copy? Lieutenant Colonel, I'm going to refer you to paragraph 3. Your statement is not paragraph, but the introduction of your statement will be paragraph 1, and the paragraph starting with on a Thursday will be paragraph 2, and then the third paragraph, which I want to refer to, will be marked paragraph 3 of your statement. That paragraph reads as follows, and I quote: on Friday 2020-06-05 at about 11:30, I arrived at Alberton Police Station. I was afforded an office number 31 to use. At about 1200 hours, Sergeant Baloyi from Alberton Police Station brought in a handcuffed person who identified himself as Muzika Ukulelo Stemba Sbiya. I informed Mr. Sbiya of my presence, and I informed him that I am the Justice of Peace and hold the rank of a Lieutenant Colonel, close quotation. Do you confirm the contents of that paragraph?
Yes.
Lokhu okubhalwe lana ke ukuthi kwangolesihlanu i5 kuJune 2020 11:30 isikhathi ngafika ke Alberton Police Station ngase nginikezwa ke ihhovisi number 31 ukuthi ngilisebenzisa ngo12 uSergeant Baloyi kwalapho Alberton Police Station wase eletha ke umlisa ke owayefakwe ozankosi owayichaza ke yena noma wazothula njengomuzika ukhulelwa Stemba Sibiya ngase ngimazisa ke uMr Sibiya ukuthi ukuba khona kwami lapho ukuthi kwakungani ngase ngimazisa ke nokuthi ke ngijustice of peace nokuthi ke isikhundla sami ke ngiu-Lieutenant Colonel uthi yebo yaqinisekisa ke lokho okubhaliwe lapha ya.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that in Exhibit GG, where you were supposed to indicate the person who brought the deponent to you, you left it out? The reason being, that is the reason that you provided before this court, was that no one was prepared to bring the deponent to you.
To sign.
Yes, to sign,
not
yes.
to bring.
To sign, yes, to sign. Thank you, my lord. Is it correct? That is the position?
Yes.
Ngisichazile ke isizathu laphayana ukuthi ke kwakungani ke imbangela ukuthi mina ngisayindeke ngoba ke kwayengekho oyimisela ukuthi asayindeke noma amkhipheke umsolo.
Is there an officer, okay, before I get to that, is it correct that your evidence in chief is to the effect that you ended up going to the CSC to sign for the deponent?
Yes.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngase ngiya ke mina lapho kuma cell ngiyosayina.
What happened after you signed for the deponent?
Because he was in cuff and I was going to go with him, they had to remove their handcuffs and I put in mine. And then we went to office 31.
Ngoba ke wayesemanje efakwe ozankosi ke futhi ke wayezohamba nami ke kwakufanele ukuthi bakhiphe ke labo abafakwe babefakwe ibona ozankosi mina ke ngifake abami bese siyahamba ke siya ku office 31.
What was the problem, Lieutenant Colonel, if he was brought in their handcuffs? If the deponent was brought in their handcuffs, you said you had to replace the handcuffs.
Because I was going to drive with him out on a pointing out. So I can't take their cuffs. Handcuffs are allocated to individual members, which they must stand inspection there. So I could not take a member's cuffs and leave with him.
Wayezohamba nami ke eyokhomba noma eyeke pointing out ama handcuffs umekhishwa ke akhishelwa umuntu othize ngangeke ke ngihambe nama handcuffs akhishelwe omunye umuntu mina ngihambe nawo ke.
But is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that before you drive with him to wherever to point the scenes, you were still going to via office number 31?
That's true.
Kuyiqinisa ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ngizohamba naye ke siye ku noma ikuphi ke sasoqala ke ku office 31.
Lieutenant Colonel, between your version, the version that you mentioned in your evidence in chief that you had to sign for the deponent, as you have indicated that after you signed for the deponent, you took him to office number 31. And what is contained in your statement, more particularly paragraph 3 of your statement, that the deponent was brought by Sergeant Baloyi, which is correct, and which one must the court accept?
The deponent was brought by Sergeant Baloyi, who refused to sign for the deponent to allow me to take him with for interview and pointing out. We went back and I signed for the deponent and I gave Baloyi back his handcuffs.
Lana ke kwenzeka ukuthi ke umsola lona ke walethwa uyena uSergeant Baloyi kodwa ke owanqaba ukuthi ke amsayindeleke ukuthi ngimthathe kume naye siye ku pointing out ekwaphoqala ukuthi ke sibuyele emuva ke ngihambe ngiyosayina mina ngibese nginikeza uBaloyi ke ozankosi bakhe.
Do you confirm, Lieutenant Colonel, that it is not in your statement that Sergeant Baloyi refused to sign for the deponent? You had to go back to the CSC and again sign for the deponent. Then again going back to your office that was allocated to you, office number 31. That is not contained in your statement.
My Lord, it is not contained in my statement. But if you further read my statement, you will see that is where I mentioned that I even signed for him and I signed for him when he went back.
Yebo ke lokho ukuthi ke uBaloyi wanqaba ke kwasefuneka kubuyele ke kuma cells ngiyosayina ngiphinde ngibuyele ku office 31 akukho la kodwa ke uma uqhubeka nosifunda ke kukhona ke la ekshoyo khona ke ukuthi ngamsayindela futhi nokumsayindela futhi ukuthi abuye.
Lieutenant Colonel, besides you making a statement, the one that I've referred to, is it correct that in addition to that statement, you did not make notes of the pointing out?
That's true.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kule statement esalingasenza awekho ama notes engawenza ayo pointing out.
In your past experience, that is experience in this procedure of conducting pointing out, did you compile the pointing out notes?
No.
Ngaphambilini angazi ngikwenze ke ama notes pointing out.
Do you still reaffirm, Lieutenant, that you drove from Albertine police station and you stopped at the entrance of Fosloras? Do you still confirm that?
Yes, I did not drive. I was being driven.
Yes, by driving, I mean you yourself being in the vehicle.
Yes.
Yes.
Ngisasho ke futhi ukuthi sahamba ke sayofika ke la ekwakuthiwa khona ke i-entrance yase-Vosloorus kodwa kwakungasimina ke oshayelayo.
From the point when you were at the entrance of Vosloorus, who was giving the directions to the scene?
The accused was giving directions to the driver.
Ukusuka la esama khona ke Vosloorus la kuthiwa i-entrance ke umsolo wakhe owayetshela ke umshayeli ukuthi ashayele kanjani.
If you can estimate, Lieutenant Colonel, what is the distance in kilometers from the point at the entrance of Vosloorus to the crime scene?
My lord, it's less than maximum a kilometer.
Ungathi nje uningi ke kungayikilometer ibanga ke ukusuka la ngithi khona ke esema khona ke la eseqala khona ke manje ukuthi atshele umshayeli ukuthi ahambe kanjani ungaphansi kwekilometer ukuya la kwisini.
Is it a single street, or there are streets that you have to join or enter?
How is that going to help us solve this case, Mr. Mawat?
I'm going to
How
the
is it going
notes.
to help us whether there are 16 streets here to traverse and there were 3 circles which you had to engage? The point is, please, let's get along with this. Some evidence is irrelevant and not material. Because the witness point of view, he says they went there, he was shown, the driver was shown directions by Mr. Sibia. Take it from there, whether they actually reached the points which were pointed by Mr. Sibia or not.
Did you take any photos of the kilometer reading when you reached the entrance of Vosloorus?
No.
Uma sifika ke la nendawo echazwa njenge ekungena khona ke Vosloorus akuthenganga angithathanga ke ama pictures ukuthi manje i-reading noma i-mileage ibithini.
I'm just going to go through your statement. I'm going to jump paragraph 4 and go to paragraph 5 of your statement, which reads as follows, and I quote. We then drove to Vosloorus as directed by Mr. Sibia, and was driven by Warrant Officer Nailana from Gauteng Serious Corruption Investigation Unit. Close quotation. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
Ngiyabona ke la ethi sesihamba ke siya eVosloorus njengoba uMr. Sibia nomnumzana uSibia ke wayechazela ke umshayeli futhi ke umuntu wayeshayela ke kwaku Warrant Officer Nailana wase Gauteng Serious Corruption Investigation Unit.
Is it correct that that paragraph states that from Albertine Police Station you then proceeded or drove to Vosloorus as directed by Mr. Spear, and the driver of the vehicle was Warrant Officer Nailana? You confirm that?
It is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngale ndlela ke ebhalwe ngayo noma efundeka ngayo ke le sentence ukuthi ukusuka ke Albertine kwakuSibia ke ositshela noma owayetshela ke udriver ama directions ukuya eVosloorus.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that from that paragraph that I've read to you, and in your statement, it is nowhere that you, from Albertine, you stopped at the entrance of Vosloorus? That is where the accused started to give a direction to the scene.
My lord, I never said we stopped at the entrance of Vosloorus. In my evidence, I said the accused requested the driver to drive him until to the entrance of Vosloorus. We never stopped.
Angikaze ngisho kubufakazi bami ukuthi ke la engenwa khona ke eVosloorus ukuthi safika sema ke lapho ngathi ke umsolo wamcela ke umshayeli ukuthi akahambe ke ayofika ke la engenwa khona noma ke kwi-entrance yaseVosloorus asikaze sime.
Okay, let me put it, Lieutenant Colonel, in the manner that you have put it. Is there anywhere in your statement where you detail that from Albertine police station you then drove to the accused said if you can drive him up to the entrance of Phosphorus? Is it anywhere in your statement?
As directed says all.
Uma ngifunda lana uthi ke ngendlela ke esatshelwa ngayo noma ke esadirectwa ngayo lokho nje kuya kusho konke.
I will leave that for argument. Lieutenant Colonel, is it correct that you indicated that the rights that you explained to the accused are the one contained in the pro forma, that is exhibit GG on page 2?
Your question? I
I'm
beg your
asking
pardon,
the
I did
question.
not hear
I'm
you.
waiting for the answer from you.
I did not hear you. That's why I'm saying
you
I beg
must
your
ask me
pardon.
to repeat the question. I'll repeat it for you. The question was, is it correct that the rights that you explained to the accused are the ones that are contained in the pro forma exhibit GG?
Yes.
Amalungelo ke iwona la abhaliwe ke la ku page 2.
The rights that you explained to the accused, which are contained on page 2 of the pro forma, in terms of section 35 of the Constitution, Lieutenant Colonel, do you know the category of person to whom they belong?
Yes.
It is in relation to which category of
Of
persons?
arrested persons.
Amalungelo ke abhaliwe ke noma akutholakala ke na ku section 35 amalungelo ke aphathelene noma amayelana nomuntu ke oboshiwe.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that not all the rights as contained in section 35, 1A to F of the Constitution are not detailed in that paragraph?
Yes.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi nanje kuba ekhona ke kule ncwadi ke yomthetho sisekelo awabhaliwe onke ke la kule paragraph.
Yes.
Do you know, Lieutenant Colonel, whether the accused had appeared before another officer for a confession statement?
No, my lord.
Ukuthi ke waye phambi komunye ke noma ke ikhona officer ke wayeke wavela ke phambi kwayo evelela ke mhlambi ukuthi ke ule isifuba ke noma akhulume ke angikwazi lokho.
Do you know that the accused, the one who appeared before you for pointing out, was arrested on the 30th of May 2020? Did you know that or not?
I did not know, my lord.
Ukuthi ke wayeboshwe nge-30 sika May 2020 lokho ngangakwazi.
Did you know, Lieutenant Colonel, that that person, that is the accused person or the deponent, had appeared in court from the 1st of June to the 5th of June before he appeared before you? Did you
No,
know
my
that
lord.
or not?
Ukuthi ke wayevelile phambi kwenkantolo ngangikwazi ke lokho.
I also see, Lieutenant Colonel, that there are thumbprints on the sides, both sides of the page. This is on page 2. Whose thumbprints are those?
They are the ones of the accused.
Kuneyithupha ke ebekiwe ke lana ke ku-page lena ke emaceleni ke kwenye page kanye nasenzansi ezakhe umsolo.
Which thumbprint is that? Is it the right or left thumbprint?
My lord, is the right hand thumbprint.
Isithupha ke sesandla sakho sokudla.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that you did not indicate in that thumbprint whether it was the left or right thumbprint?
Yes, that's correct.
Angibhalanga ke lapha noma yisiphi isandla sakho sokudla sokunxele.
What was the significance of that thumbprint? I see it's on both sides of the section which provides for the accused rights that you said you read.
Executive, please, I don't think that supposition is right that she did not indicate which thumb was put on the document.
The form indicates that.
If one looks at page 5, it says that the right thumbprint.
On that page, I did see on page 5, on that page. I'm
What
more
does it say?
particular.
If you saw that, what does it say?
It says the right.
Now it must be asked whether it's the right. Can you differentiate, Colonel, between right and left?
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
Umehluko ngiyawazi ke phakathi kwe right naleft.
What was the use of you asking the accused to place his right hand thumbprint there on that page?
To acknowledge, my lord, that I informed him of his rights.
Lana ke ukuthi noma ke baleka ke ukuthi kabeke ke isipha sakhe laphana ukuthi nje avume ukuthi amalungelo akhe ngamchazela.
Was it not for the deletions that you made?
No, my lord.
Kwangasikona ukuthi khona la engisule khona ke wayengenzeli lokho.
Were you also not supposed to sign next to the thumbprint that he placed there? To place your signature?
No, I don't think it was necessary.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke sesikhona isidingo sokuthi ke lapha beke isithupha sakhe nami kufanele ngisayine khona.
Is this form, Lieutenant Colonel, the form that you use, provides for the provisions where you had to state that since you are satisfied that the deponent is in his sound and sober senses and he freely and voluntarily, without any undue influence, wish to proceed with the pointing out. Is there any provisions for that question in the form that you were using?
Initially, my lord, the question is, there is provision, and it changes to, is there any provision? So I do not understand the question.
Let me make you understand the question fully. Is there a provision in the form where you satisfy yourself that the deponent is in his sound and sober senses without having been undue influenced thereto, and he voluntarily wished to proceed with the pointing out?
Yes, there is.
Ikhona ke indawo la khona ke kufanele izineze khona ke ukuthi ngempela ke mayizokwenza ke noma ke ezokwenza ke pointing out ukuthi ke akukho ke umthelela ke noma ke obe nomthelela noma umgqugquzele ngendlela engafanele noma engasiyona nokuthi futhi ke usemqondweni ngokuphelele. Ikhona ke le ndawo la kwiform.
On which page?
Page 2, paragraph 6.
Page 2, paragraph 6.
I don't see that. Okay, where it says he is further asked if he still wishes to point out the sins and or points, and his reply is this, then he provides the response.
Yes.
Ila eshoyo khona ke ukuthi uyabuza ke ukuthi usafisa yini ukuthi ke aqhubeke nokuthi akhombeke wase qhubeka ke ethi usafisa.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Thank you, Madam. I have no further questions.
Yes. Ms. Chololo?
My Lord, due to the lateness of the time, can I ask to resume tomorrow, my Lord? It's 3 now.
Okay. Mr.
That is in order.
Okay, yeah, fine. Postpone them to tomorrow. Are you available again? Can you?
I am available, madam.
Qhubeka kusasa ke ngo-10.
Okay, tomorrow 10 o'clock.